Sci-Fi Radio.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Good evening, everybody. It's another Thursday night, which means Docking Bay 94, Season 13, Episode 29, or Week 29. Sometimes we skip weeks. No worries. I am Obi-Shawn Crosby.
I'm Colleen Kaylee Crosby.
And we are Jeffless tonight. So,
Sadly, Jeffless.
sorry about that. He's got to work. Such as it is. You might be listening to us on sci-fi.radio. It is sci-fi for your Wi-Fi. You could be watching us on Facebook or Twitch or YouTube. Any of those things are pretty good. But regardless, we're happy for your company. Thanks for hanging out. Hope your week was a good one. Ours was pretty decent.
Hello to Alan. And hello to Bodella and Eric Gerds and of course Kit. Yeah, that's who I see.
I should probably open the chat.
Hello to you all. So this last week, the last couple weeks, including last week's show and everything, have been kind of rough on Los Angeles. So
A bit.
even those of us who aren't in the fire zone areas, and I mean, we really haven't had to worry about being close to an evacuation zone too much. I mean, we had a little bit of a scare a week ago Tuesday. But, and there's Don. Hi, Don. Sean, do you see that Sci-Fi Radio is still doing its auto thing?
No. Let me double check it and see what's happening. Oh dear.
Eric Gerds subscribed at Tier 1, which means they've subscribed for 11 months.
All right, so hopefully Sci-Fi Radio is... I just restarted it, so
Okay,
doing
great.
whatever we do.
Don was out picking up a stormtrooper costume in Hollywood, and he's picked up some other stuff.
Yeah, so Don is kind of wins the award for this year for impulse purchases. I mean, we've just started the year,
Right.
and he's already there. So those of you who've listened to the show for any length of time know that Jeff and I have been pushing a project that we've been talking about for years, finally got off the stick to do in 2020, and we announced it 2 weeks before everything shut down before COVID. It's like we've had the worst timing with trying to get support for our project. I build Star Wars art cars, and I have for almost 30 years. And people have been telling me for years, you should put them online, you should do a Patreon, people will support you, do whatever. But I feel weird about doing it for my daily driver. So we have another car project, which is called the Natural Habitat Project. The idea is to take a 1950s Studebaker of the type that Kermit and Fozzie drove across the country in the Muppet movie in 1979, paint it like that, and then take it to events where we park the car, roll the windows down, and operate puppets. Kermit, Fozzie, Piggy, Gonzo, chickens, whatever. And people are allowed to sit in with us, and you don't have to be great. You don't have to do a perfect Kermit the Frog. You don't have to do, be Frank Oz or Jim Henson. You just have to want to have some fun and goof off with some people. So we asked for about $20,000. We got $5,000, which was just enough to buy a car. So we got the car, but I haven't made a lot of progress in it in the past year. And we've been looking for one of the the right model year to kind of act as a donor. Figure between two low-cost cars, we would be able to get one working vehicle out of it, right? I've only restored like one classic car in my life. It was a very long time ago. And so, that's not exactly my bag, as it were. But we've been talking about it for a while, and Don, for quite a while, has been talking about different cars. He saw one up north where he was living, and we would send various cars back and forth going, this one looks good, this one looks nice. And there's one that came up in Fontana in California, which is more out towards like Palm Springs area, into the desert to the east of LA. And so we were talking about it, going to check it out. And I sent the note to Don. He's like, I'm like, I can't go today. I can go tomorrow. And so he sends a note back, and he's like, oh, no, it's okay. The car's at my house. And so we were just going to go look at this car, and Don went out with a trailer and bought it and took it back to his place. So we do have a second car now for the project. It is a 1951, which is the ideal one. Actually, so one of the things we were going to do was cheat the project a little bit and use the four-door version of the car, which to let more puppeteers get in and out of the car easier. The car comes with suicide doors. And if you take the door handles off, you can't really tell that there are doors there. And so we had done that, and the car that we have in the driveway has that. Don, intentionally or not, actually ended up with a car that's just about the car they used in the movie. It's very, very close. It is a four-seater, but it's a two-door. And so that'll change the project a little bit, but not significantly. We'll have to figure that out. Because the idea is we're just going to sit in it, roll down all four windows, and work puppets out the window. The car's going to be the theater. And so, so it was pretty kind of funny. I was with Judy at Disneyland, and we're chatting back and forth. I'm checking messages, and I'm like, I think he bought the car. Which was pretty funny. And then, to apparently digging up the car was not enough. He also just bought this suit of Stormtrooper armor. It's just pretty funny. We're going to have to start a segment on the show. What did Don buy now?
That would be funny.
But anyway, so now we have to figure out some logistics and how to work on the car and what it needs and what order to put, to tackle some things. Between the two cars, Colleen got me a digital service manual for the 1950-1951 Studebaker. We have one of each. And
good. I was worried that it wouldn't cover the new car.
No, I think it covers both.
That's awesome.
And I think between the two of them, we should get one good car out of it. And so, I'm excited because we have this unofficial deadline that I set every year, which is the Hollywood Christmas Parade. And I think it would just be an absolute blast to drive through Hollywood in the Muppet Mobile with Muppets hanging out the windows and just, have fun. I think it would be terrific. There's a star car group that's all actual movie cars that it would fit in. It's a perfect fit for Road Squadron, which is our sci-fi fantasy car group. It could easily go in there. All sorts of stuff that we could do with it. And then ideally, anything we decide to go to, a school, a library, a hospital, a science fiction convention, whatever we're doing, all we need is a parking space. And, the desire of people to want to sit in there and work puppets.
I'm going to interrupt you
for
a second and say hello to Michael Wine, Hugh Hardiman, Carrie Hartwick, and Sam Neville.
Hey, hi guys.
Welcome to the show.
Woo-hoo. It's the crowd. Anyway, really, that was definitely a very inspiring thing that happened this week. So very grateful to Dawn. Very excited about it. It's just been Jeff and I talking about this thing for so long, and so now we're sort of like shuffling things and figuring out how to work everything, and where are we going to work on it? How are we going to work on it? What do we need to work on it? But progress is good, and actually, what's really interesting is it came at a time where we were talking about it's a new year. Let's do a new push for the project. But a lot of people we know lost their houses in the fires out here. And how do you promote a project like that when people really need funds and assistance elsewhere that's way more important? So again, I sort of put it in my back pocket, and so it was nice to see a little action happen just from Dawn's enthusiasm. So yeah, it was super
thanks,
nice,
Dawn.
and yeah, we're really grateful for it. And that was a pretty big thing with the week. I want to see pictures of his armor now, though, and see what
I
set
feel like I saw pictures.
he got. Maybe it's on Facebook.
Maybe I imagined that.
But there is a some of them are like really great, and some of them are like really weird. Even some of the official ones that Lucasfilm approved, some are like really good, some are weird.
Hello to Chris Marble, who's been listening the whole time, and he just didn't say hello.
Well, he likes to lurk.
And what else have you done this week, Sean?
I worked on aging my.
Did you already talk about the costume last week?
I thought I talked about the Matt Hooper costume last week, but
I
in
thought
case
you just bought it.
in case
over
I
the
didn't,
weekend.
so the recap is that I was looking for a short jacket to wear with a kilt that didn't hang low on the kilt and mess up the pleats and stuff like that. So I was looking for something that stopped at the waist, like an Eisenhower jacket or something like that. And I was looking through Target because I'm cheap, and I came across a Levi jacket that, like a denim jacket, that looked like the one that Matt Hooper wore in Jaws. And so I'm like, I could do that costume. Everyone always gives me grief about, looking like Richard Dreyfuss. So maybe, that would be the fun thing to do. And so so I did. I bought the jacket and a shirt and some pants and some shoes. They all came from Target. Basically walked out of there with a full costume for about $100. But of course, the tricky bit of it is that you need to, weather it, age it, make it look like it's proper. And so I'll show you a quick picture here of what it kind of looks like for the people who are watching on video. And I tend to, I don't buy a lot of action figures these days, but the ones that I do buy are the ones of costumes that I do. And so, here's like most of the costume and the little action figure and the thing like that. So yeah, I'm kind of having fun. I'm looking for accessories to go with it. And I just bought 50 styrofoam cups that I can squish.
He looks just like him.
It's pretty funny.
That's funny.
And this is even before I trimmed my beard. I have a better version, I think, later on that I had done. This is the whole costume laid out in parts, which is pretty funny. And but yeah, so I've got kind of the whole thing. These are the unedited pictures. But yeah, it was really fun. And the more I trim my beard, the better I look. And
Do you still have the picture of my costume to go with that?
I don't know where it is.
Oh,
I'd have
that's
to
too
find it. I do remember looking up.
You had it last night.
Yeah, because it was like on Facebook.
Yeah.
And it's anyway. I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to wear it, and it's. Oh, here it is. I did find it. All right, here. This is Colleen's costume that she's got to wear with that. Anyway.
And for those of you listening on the radio, it is a very silly looking shark costume.
It's a shark costume from Target. It's made out of blue and white foam with an open mouth that you put your head through. It looks very much like the dancing shark costumes from the Super Bowl. If you remember Katy Perry and her whole left shark, right shark thing.
Oh yeah, it was right during that time too.
And so yeah, it's almost identical to that costume. We just happened to be at Target. She put it on just for fun because we have a friend that we have a running shark joke with because some guy came in and asked them about making a 25-foot long Bruce the Shark replica that he could wear to Comic-Con. And all of those things are impossible. And then add to it that he wanted to take it in the water.
Yeah, he was a crazy person.
Yeah, it was a little nuts.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that was my costuming stuff. Colleen worked on her own costume stuff this week.
I did. I went to a Jane Austen afternoon tea dance a couple weeks ago, and I have a Regency era day dress that I wore that has these really great embroidered sleeves on it, and embroidered the bottom of the dress is all embroidered. But I don't like the bodice of it. And there's another opportunity to wear a Jane Austen daytime outfit in 2 weeks. And so I just got a bug in my bonnet to make a Spencer, which is a tiny little jacket to go over the Regency outfit. And I downloaded it from a website that called Laughing Moon, and for $5, and cut out the pattern, they had a certain mathematical formula that you use to figure out what your bust size would be. And something that has never happened to me in my life, it fit on the first mock-up. It was unreal. That's never had a
really
mock-up.
Rare occasion for you.
Well, yeah, once in a lifetime so far.
Just never happened.
So I decided that I will, in fact, be able to make it. And I had already been thinking about making this Spencer for several years, and I had bought the silk for it maybe 2 years ago at Costume College from the Silk Baron. And so last night I cut out the pieces, and I just have 2 more pieces to cut out, and then I will begin sewing it over the weekend. It'll be great.
And it'll be done in time?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Say yes.
Yes, it will totally be done in time.
There you go. That's funny.
Yeah. So, and then the other things that I did on Saturday, I was supposed to go to Costumers Guild West was having members tea at a Torrance location, but we decided that since there's so much stress in Los Angeles from the fires, that we would postpone that to next month. And so that was on Saturday, and I did baking instead. And Sunday I went to a dance class. I had to decide between the Jane Austen evening, which is a ball that's coming up in a week and a half, whether to go to the dance class for that or the local one that I usually go to, the Culver City English Country Dance. And I decided that everyone else would be going to the Jane Austen ball, so I should go to the local one. And we had lots of people, so that was nice. And it was a fun dance, and I brought some cookies.
You brought everything but money.
I forgot money, and Sean was nice enough to drive down and bring me the admission fee. And I did find out why they raised their prices. Their price went up over the new year from $15 to $20, and that is because they wanted to pay the bands more.
Oh, well, that's
so
nice.
yeah, that was. I can't tell you how much I enjoy twice a month going to a dance where I get to hear live music and I get to move around. It is just joyful.
Terrific.
So I'm glad that I get to do it. And that was pretty much it. Jeff noted that he took down his remaining Christmas decor over the weekend. So that was what he did.
We have not. We took down the Life Day tree and the ornaments and packed those all up.
So
And
the only things remaining are there's a wreath on the front of the house and
Christmas lights.
Christmas lights.
And I talked about taking the Christmas lights down, and Colleen's like, well, they make me happy. So they stay.
They do. I just really like them. What should we do about the Star Wars stuff? Are you gonna
Yeah,
read
I'll
it,
take
or
it.
should I?
That's fine. I mean, unless you want to do it.
You can go ahead.
In Star Wars history this week, Star Wars birthday, January 13th, 1931, Chris Wiggins was born on this day.
No relation to Mrs. Wiggins.
No relation to Mrs. Wiggins, but it always makes me think of that, which I think is really funny. He did a voice in the Droids cartoon, which is his Star Wars connection, but he was the voice of Toad in 1983's Rock and Rule, if you remember Rock and Rule. And then he had some other stuff that he did. He was in Babar, for 17 episodes of that as a character called Cornelius. He did lots of holiday stuff. The Snowman Who Saved Summer, that kind of thing, and whatnot. So primarily a voice guy, but every once in a while, he'd turn up in something like, like you could see his face and things, but not very often. But he's got 162 credits under his belt, and he's apparently the narrator for a cartoon based on Pochaco from Sanrio. He's the little Snoopy-esque dog.
I like Pachaco.
Yeah, he's one of the characters that we like. So that was pretty cool. On the 15th of January in 1936, Richard Franklin was born. He played Ciro Argon in Rogue One, a Star Wars story. His Internet Movie Database collection, fewer than our last honoree, but he's been doing some Doctor Who things, Tale of a Time Lord, and various podcast series where he's apparently just narrating. He's like doing audiobooks of Doctor Who, and he's got a lot of those under his belt, which is pretty cool. And usually people who do have that, if you go back far enough, which I am, usually you can find that they actually did something in Doctor Who, and I don't see anything. He was in, here we go. He was in Blake's 7, and oh my gosh, from 1971 to 1983, he did 42 episodes of Doctor Who as Captain Yates, and he has been reprising that character in various other podcasts and things. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, when somebody turns up on like Big Finish dramas or something, you figure that they had a role back in the day. Long John Baldry was the voice of the Great Heap in Droids. A big Droids connection this week. The Great Heap is sort of like the one episode that everybody remembers from that if you watched it back in the day. And they called him Long John because he was 6'7", and he was actually a folk singer and a musician. And then he switched over to the blues, and did a bunch of other stuff. He did voices in the reboot CG animated series. He was in The Tick. They used his songs for a bunch of stuff. They used his version of MacArthur Park in The Tick, which was pretty funny. And yeah, he's got a whole handful of credits, but an entire music career before that. But he was in Dick Deadeye. He was in Ewoks, MacGyver, a bunch of stuff like that. And then, we have more than we thought. Science fiction author of The Great God Key, The Tale of Barada and the Weekways, George Alec Effinger was born on the 10th of January, 1947. And he's written a ridiculous amount of things beyond Star Wars, but getting stuck in there. And he's one of those guys who he started out really poor in life and overcame that and went to Yale University on a scholarship. And his wife used to babysit for Damon Knight and Kate Wilhelm, who were both science fiction authors. And so he went, wait, I could do that. And so he's written all sorts of stuff. He's got a really long list of credits, including Planet of the Apes novelizations from the television series scripts, and a lot of short stories and comic books, where he wrote, Gulliver Jones, Warrior of Mars, and a bunch of stuff like that. Some Fantastic Four stuff. The Gray Mouser. He's written some really interesting characters over on comic books. And then our last birthday is actor Carl Weathers, who, of course, was playing Greef Karga in The Mandalorian to great effect. Super nice guy. And, of course, he was in Rocky as Apollo in 1976. He was in Rocky IV. He was in Happy Gilmore, Predator, all sorts of stuff. Had about 80 credits to his name. One of my favorite things he did was Combat Carl, which was the black G.I. Joe action figure in Toy Story 4. And he ended up in his own holiday special, which was really cool. And you name it, he was in it. Magnum P.I. and Mortal Kombat and Arrested Development. All sorts of great stuff. Really talented actor. Super nice guy. And seemingly gone too soon. So passed away at the age of 76. So in February. So he just passed 76 when he passed away. Some of the 501st guys and whatnot got to work with him on the Mandalorian television series when they were playing Stormtroopers. That was pretty cool.
I was wondering over the weekend,
yeah,
when I saw someone at the dance I was at playing the mandolin, if there are any Mandalorians who play the mandolin.
There should be, right?
Right.
The Mandalorian?
Yes, the Mandalorian.
That would be awesome.
Driving a DeLorean.
I was talking at Disneyland this week with some of the people. I'm a little sad about Galaxy's Edge because...
Is it continued to be kind of depressing there?
The new management has sort of bled a lot of the uniqueness out of it. And I think it's taken its toll on a lot of the cast members who work there, or the locals, as we call them. And one of the things that's really interesting is that, like, this year especially, our Life Day celebration was a high point for them because so much other stuff has been taken away.
Wow.
And it's really kind of a bummer. So, but I was lamenting, there was a guy, I think his name was Alberto. I hope I didn't get it wrong. But he took a Ewok drum that they used to sell in the toy store and he would walk
Right.
around and play the drum and sing songs.
And he got in trouble and wasn't allowed to do it anymore.
They made him stop.
Yeah.
And I think not only did they make him stop, I think they moved him to Toontown,
Oh.
which was really a bummer. And so he came to Life Day, and he was very excited
Yeah,
to
I saw
kind
him
of
there.
play with us again. And yeah, so whatever they're doing over there, it's really, I don't know how, and I saw a lot of people I knew this last trip, which was interesting, much to my friend Judy's regret, because she was with me, and like people would go, Sean, hey, we kept getting
That's
stopped.
what
and
it's like walking
talking,
around with
and
you.
but it was really great to talk to all these folks, but you can kind of tell they were a little bummed out that they don't get to do the fun shtick they used to do. And we were talking about, some guys like, I'll have to take you for some credits, playing a little sabak or something. And we're like, yeah, but nobody's out here playing sabak. And they're like, yeah, we don't do that as much anymore. And it's just kind of sad,
Yeah.
I know it's the off season and all, but there used to be a life to Galaxy's Edge that came from the independence that the locals were able to imbue their characters with, and that doesn't seem to happen anymore.
It hasn't happened the last couple times that I've been there.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, the last time I was there was for Life Day, so I think.
Right, and Dawn points out when the first day, first year, the locals celebrated Harvest Day. We didn't know about it, but they did. And so it was a thing where they were excited. They were giving out swag and tchotchkes and things. And it was specifically a holiday that was being celebrated by the merchants. And so that was really fun. So you go through the marketplace, and they were like, Happy Harvest Day, did whatever. And when we went this year, we were ready. We found out when it was. Colleen's like, put it on the calendar. And Colleen, I helped, made these really great boutonniere things, and that you could like put on your hat or put on your vest, and they were all made from the sort of flora that you might find on the planet. They were very Betu looking. They were super, super cool, and nobody could take them. We kept offering them to locals, and they're like, I can't wear this. They won't let me. And it's like, but it's your holiday. This is your Harvest Day. We're here to celebrate with you guys. Why? And they're like, yeah, that's just how it goes. And it was really kind of a drag. So, I don't know. I register complaints every opportunity I get, because it's affecting the morale of the people working in Galaxy's Edge, for sure. And it provides less of a guest experience, which Disney says they're all about, right? So, we'll have to see. It's really kind of a bummer. And I just, it's kind of a John Ramos, who is checking out over on Facebook, said that, and I wish that he could have come with us up to Lucasfilm to see the display. I think they had contacted me to get a hold of John to try to find one of our PhotoPass pictures that they wanted to put up on display in the display, and there was this whole adventure trying to get in contact with everybody. But yeah, the fact that they recognized Life Day at Lucasfilm, it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
We got the impression from Pete Vilmer up there that they're not going to do anything about it next year, but maybe the year after. So they're like easing into it.
That's neat.
Star Wars history. The 14th of January, 1976, page 1 of the Daily Production Progress Report said, today's shooting comprised special effects, testing on laser swords, R2-D2 model, and illuminated control boards. So, got to start somewhere, right? The laser swords were really interesting. One of the things they ended up doing was putting rotating bars in the lightsaber handle with a motor, and they put reflective tape on it, and then aimed a light at it from the camera so it looked like it was glowing, and then they went in later and colored it. It was really very basic. But if you ever see behind the scenes footage and you listen, where they haven't put the music and the sound effects and stuff like that in, you can hear the whoosh sound of the motor going, which is really very funny.
That's funny.
The final episode of Ewoks aired on the 10th of January, 1987. It was a cartoon series. It was a little on the young side for me. I think I was busy chasing girls in 87. So I don't remember watching it, but that was it. That's when it ended. And that's it for history.
So the sorry, I lost my place. Scottish actor Rory McCann, who is best known for playing the burly brute, the Hound, on HBO's Game of Thrones, will replace late actor Ray Stevenson for a second season of Star Wars show Ahsoka.
That means that Don is going to have to tweak his costume.
To look different?
He's got a really good Ray Stevenson.
He's not bald.
Costume.
But his hair is more thinning.
Yeah.
Then-
I'm sure what'll happen is they'll take him into makeup and they will make him look as much like Ray Stevenson as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure he'll do a great job. I mean, they're big shoes to fill, for sure.
Right.
And we really liked... I thought Ray Stevenson was one of the high points to the Ahsoka series. I thought he did a really terrific job. So we'll have to see how they make that all work and whatnot.
Yeah.
As long as they don't, he doesn't have like a big fight, end up in a lava pit, and then is scarred, and it's like, oh, now he doesn't look like the other guy.
What if he gets attacked by a wampa? It's a wampa, right?
Yeah, it's a wampa.
Okay.
That's what happened to Luke. It's how they disguised Luke's car accident, Mark
Right.
Hamill's car accident.
That's why I was saying that.
If you are a fan of British cinema, you will want to know that McCann was also in Edgar Wright's Hot Fuzz,
Ugh.
which is a movie you need to see if you haven't seen it. He was also in Jumanji: The Next Level,
Okay.
which I liked too.
Yeah, I liked both of those. And then the next thing we have is that Skeleton Crew Season 2 was teased by its creators. But honestly, this article is from Superhero Hype, and it is another one of those. Yes, we really liked making Season 1. And
We would be glad to make a second one, not giving you any ideas of what we might do. in it.
Right.
Yeah.
He said the actual quote is from the one of the creators, John Watts.
Mm-hmm.
It's exciting to think about a season 2. We've mainly been focused on telling this story, but there's always a chance that the kids could meet some surprising people in the future.
Right.
So
And
that is a non.
And the other caveat to that was that Christopher Ford says it's exciting that the kids are actually kid actors and they're growing up, so that if they appear in something else, they tell a story about how they grew up and went somewhere else. So
Okay, that would be pretty cool.
right, so it would be fun. Although, to be perfectly honest, with all of the little Captain EO references and stuff in there, do you not see Wim growing up to be Captain EO?
He could be.
I could completely see that.
Yeah.
That's my headcanon until somebody proves me different.
Okay. Everybody's got to have headcanon.
It's Wim and Neil, and off they go.
I just want to let Don know. Don says that he missed my cookies, and I believe what he's talking about are the fact that I didn't bring the Wookiee cookies, the gingerbread Wookiee cookies.
Oh, yeah.
To Life Day this year. And I didn't actually make those. Those were from the Fandom Baker. So if you ever need really awesome sugar cookies or gingerbread cookies for an event and you want it to be whatever sci-fi, like you can even tell her what you want.
Tell her what you want, because she'll do custom stuff.
Yeah.
What she'll do is she'll make it, and then if she loves it, she'll put it in her catalog permanently.
Rotation, yeah. So like we asked for... Sean and I did a tea at Costume College, 2019. And we asked her, we said, we need Haunted Mansion cookies. And she came up with the best designs. They were so good.
They were amazing.
And we were able to give those all out as a treat for people to take home from the tea. And so good. And in fact, there's a cookie that she made sitting on my desk because I can't bring myself to bite into it because although they taste delicious, it's just too cute.
Oh, I ate both of mine.
Yeah, I know.
I had a Grogu and I had
I cannot center this to
Gizmo
save my
from
life.
Gremlins.
Yeah, so I've got a Doctor Who, it's a TARDIS with Christmas lights on it.
Yeah.
But it just makes me so happy that I don't want to eat it. So I'm just looking at it.
Well, and you can look
instead.
her up under the Fandom Baker, Fandom Baker. Her name is Amy, and she's amazing. And I know I think she's on Insta and Facebook and all those kind of things.
Yes.
And and she'll. So those Wookiee cookies, we ordered them from her, and they're in her catalog now, anytime, and so you can just get them whenever you want.
Yeah.
And they're super cute.
And I also have to say, Eric said thank you for some cookies that I brought over to him the other night because Eric and Liz live super close to us. Right. And so I got my steps in by walking over there. And I had made peppermint marshmallows this year for Christmas cookies. And I wish I could share them with all of you, but they're
actually really, really good. And
too hard.
They have a neat marbled look where she ran some red food coloring through them and, swizzled it through. And so they've got these cool, like, red veins and stuff through them. And
they're really good in cocoa, and I'm actually going to go buy some graham crackers from Trader Joe's, the really good ones.
And make s'mores.
And make s'mores just to see how they are as s'mores.
And you know what really impressed me about the marshmallows? Inherently, marshmallows come out, like, really sticky and weird. And your... Would you use potato starch?
But yeah, you mix potato starch and powdered sugar together, and you sprinkle that like on top of it, and then you're able to take a knife, the thinnest knife you have, to cut through it, and then you take these super sticky marshmallows, and you just roll them in the potato starch and powdered sugar, and they're not sticky anymore.
They're not sticky, which is really great, and so they're it's a really nice experience to touch them and pick them up and eat them and like do whatever. It's not like gross or weird or sticky it's really pretty great. And they're a lot of fun. I keep trying to think if there's a way to sort of integrate them into some of the Ghostbusters stuff that we do, but I can't really think of anything yet. Because they're all about, Marshmallow Man kind of stuff.
I mean,
but
yeah,
they were actually really super great. And Dawn, see, this is why you needed to move closer to us, Dawn, because now you can't get Colleen's cookies. I looked up Dawn's address, and he's like 2.5 to 3 hours away, depending on traffic. It's really bad. Like,
he says he sent a photo of the Studebaker front end.
Oh, okay. That's probably in Messenger.
Okay, so
I'll have to find it.
While Sean's looking at that, and honestly, I have to do a review of all of the cookies I made over the holidays, all of the holiday cookies I made, because I have opinions on some of them. Like I made these meringues that were really good, but they got shattery very quickly.
Yeah, what's weird is it's like meringues have a tendency to get hard, which isn't bad. That's part of the cookie experience. These did not do that.
They just shattered.
These never got hard. They remained very delicate and flaky, and that doesn't mean that they were bad to eat. It just meant they were
difficult to
pick
eat.
Up.
Yeah,
which is really
because if you didn't do it just right, you would have a shattered mess in your hand.
To shift gears a little bit, kind of.
Did you find that picture?
Yeah. So here's the picture. This is the Studebaker. It's a 1951.
Oh, it does have a happy face.
Right? And this was one of the reasons why I was really just so much wanted to get the 51, because the 1950 one doesn't have as much of a happy face.
Yeah, the one sitting in our driveway does not look that happy.
It's a little meaner looking.
Yeah.
And it changes a little bit even more. So the way it was in the film, and I don't have to take this out, I guess we could leave it as it is, but the way it was in the film is the little rocket piece in the middle of the nose cone thing there is missing, because that's where they put the camera in when they had a little person in the back of the car driving it from the back, from the trunk. But because we're not going to put a camera there, and camera technology has changed so much that honestly we could put a camera anywhere on the car and nobody would notice it.
Right.
We could just leave the nose cone in place because it's just kind of cool. But yeah, it's
and you can beep it.
It's super happy. It's it has the right bumper. It has the right hood ornament. It has some fender details that we have to remove. It has. Let me see if I can get. Oh, it's just going to go away. This is what it's going to do. Hang on a second. It went away. Here we go. So what I'm trying to do is flip through some of these other ones. So it looks like it's got 31,000 miles on it, almost 32,000 miles, assuming that it didn't, roll over. And, it's got a little bit of rust, but it doesn't have the cancer our current car has, where they filled it with Bondo and it's fallen apart. And the tires are reasonably new if we can keep them inflated. I don't know how cracked and stuff they are, but the tread on them is like, there's a lot of tread on these tires. There are some things that we have to suss out because there are things that are obviously missing from the engine wall on it. It's like, there used to be a thing here, but we removed it and you don't know what it is. Ha 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 ha. Which is funny. And, the car is 75 years old. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. But I think between the two cars, we can get it done. And I think it'll be just fine. It even has a radio. So, we got that going for it. And but you can see the rust underneath, and it's going to need a little love. But these seats are so much better than the seats we have in the other car.
Oh my gosh!
There's like a tiny little tear in there, and that's not so bad. We can work with that. The back seat is really great. I don't think there's a tear in the back seat at all. The headliner's fallen in. That's not a big deal. And some of the panels in the other car are a little different. Like they have armrests and things, and maybe we can see about like swapping some of those in and out and making things easier on us, because having the armrests in the car would help the puppeteers. They could put their arms on that and rest there. But since we're not doing an actual movie replica for display, we really just need to reconfigure the car so it works for us as puppeteers. And, we'll see what we can do about that. But this is essentially the car from the movie. It's very, very close. And it's missing some pieces, but it's missing the pieces that are missing in the movie. So that's okay. So
it's missing appropriate pieces.
Right. And it's stuff that we would probably take off anyway. And anyway, it seems pretty good. And somebody was driving this up to a point, because there's like a car association sticker. I can't really zoom in on this. There's a car association sticker on the back window. And compared to our car in the driveway also, all of the glass is intact in this car. All of the windows are good. Whereas the car that we've got in the car, and I don't know if this happened during transit or what, because it seems a lot worse than the original pictures they showed me. Just about every window on the car in our driveway is broken. It was pretty funny. You can see Don's car up there a little bit. He's splitting the difference between Jedi and Ghostbuster with his car design for Road Squadron, so that he can switch in between the car depending on what he's doing. And so he hooked up rented and hooked up the trailer, went out and picked it up with no warning to any of us, which was pretty funny. So it's going to need a lot of work. We're going to have some work days for sure, figure out how we're gonna do this. And if anybody's in the Southern California area, you want to come work on a Muppet car, come out and have some pizza and work on a car with us. We would love to have your company, and we'll let everybody know when we do work days. And you can come out and hang out, and we'll let's get this thing going, man. It's been too long. I've been talking about it for at least 10 years. and it's time.
Do it.
It's time. So, anyway, again, big, huge thanks to Don for taking initiative we didn't know he was going to take.
Last bit of Star Wars is we're supposed to do a review of Skeleton Crew Episode 7, titled We're Gonna Be in So Much Trouble. But
let's wait for Jeff.
Yeah.
But,
and also because it's hard now that Sean and I have seen the finale, it's hard to separate out what came before.
Right. And because they're like a part 1 and part 2, very much.
Yeah.
What I will say, though, just as kind of a spoiler-free wrap-up thing, that if you've been on the fence at all about watching this, especially now that it's done, now that we've seen the entire season, it is worth your time. It is really good.
And it is definitely aimed at kids.
Yes.
But as long as you're okay with that, like Sean and I like that. I read middle school books and I watch movies that were aimed at middle school kids.
If you like young adult books and literature and stuff, and if you grew up like I was a teenager in the 1980s, as was Colleen. We grew up with what we call the BMX kids movies. We had the Goonies and E.T. and Gremlins falls into that, and all of these kind of stories about kids going off and doing things. Space Camp was part of it. Explorers was part of it. And I have to say, and doing this without spoilers too, I think, the last episode pulled the whole BMX kids thing full circle. It was amazing. Because there was like the one big scene that you could take away from all of those movies that they had been missing, they did in the very final episode. And it was really great. So, yeah, I know a lot of people who are like, oh, I saw The Acolyte and it was terrible, so I'm done with Disney. I didn't see The Acolyte. There's no way that this compares to The Acolyte at all. This is really fun.
No, this compares to like Rebels.
Yeah, it's a self-contained story. They can either leave it here or they can do more with these characters. And when you're done, you kind of want to see more from these characters. Yeah.
I can't wait to see what these kids do in their careers.
The actors.
Yeah.
The character, the girl who plays Fern did some work for Colleen's company. And I got to hang out with her for a couple days on set. And she's just a doll. She's amazing. She's very talented. She did a great job here in this show, of course. She did a great job in the video game that we did, which was Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I mean, yeah, and her parents are super invested. And so they were there, they were keeping an eye on things. They were asking all sorts of intelligent questions. We gave them a crash course in what VR was, because of course she's never done any kind of mocap or VR stuff and things like that. And yeah, I think she's got the ability to go do really great things, and assuming that the rest of the kids are equally invested. Just that whole group of kids, they were all really good.
Yeah, so moving on to theme parks. Soaring Over California is coming back from February 28th to April 21st. So if you are at Disney California Adventure, you can check out the original.
It's going to be a little bittersweet, though, after all the fires and stuff. Because you're going to be like in there flying over all of these, forests and things that, are
well,
adjacent
but
to the areas that got burned down.
We have fires like this every few years in LA. Yeah. And when I say like this, I don't mean
with this severity.
With this intensity,
yeah.
With this severity, with as many people losing their homes as this. It came down into the city,
right,
as opposed to staying in the brush and just affecting the people who live right up in the foothills, it just affected so many more people. And the intensity of it, there was a video that if Sean hadn't vetted the video, I would have said was fake, of the fire being blown off a palm tree that just...
The
People described being in the fire areas, the evacuation areas, as being more akin to a volcanic eruption than a brush fire.
Well, and I'll show you this video. It was posted by Joe Rohde, and Joe Rohde is an
Imagineer.
Disney Imagineer. He's the guy in all the videos that you see with the crazy earring, just pulling his ear down. That thing's got to weigh like 6 pounds.
Yeah, it's gross.
It's kind of nuts. And so
I like Joe Rohde, but I do not like his earring.
Right. It's like, turn your head. Can I see the other side of your head? That'd be great. Because he's only got the one. Anyway, this video is nuts because the sparks coming off of burning palm trees, they're not just horizontal. They're going over and up. And up with the 80 to 100 mile an hour winds we were having, these sparks were going a mile in seconds. And how do you defend against this? You can't. This is like having a hurricane and a fire at the same time. And there was just nothing you could do. And the thing that made this so different, though, is that there were so many celebrities involved because it was such a rich area. And so
one of the fires was in a rich area.
We're getting... In the Palisades fire, we're getting terrible backlash from people going, oh, it's the rich people, it's celebrities, we don't care. But there's a lot of people who got lost their homes who are just average people.
And a lot of people who have been in the same home since it was an affordable place to buy a home.
Or it was their grandparents. But
I mean, a lot of people who, I know a lot of people whose parents lost their home.
Right. That's true. And several people who is like, well, my parents and my sister and my cousin all lost their homes.
Yeah.
Because they all live in the same area.
There was one couple who was doing the same thing that our neighbor did, which is they owned a home and they bought another home and spent a year fixing up the new home. And then they moved into it and sold the old home. Well, these people were in the middle of that process. They had bought the new home to fix up, and they had the old home, and they lost both of the homes.
Yeah, it's just excuse me, pretty awful. And we were, it was really interesting to see because we know all these people through movies and TV and things like that. Like Mark Hamill has lived in Malibu since Star Wars.
70s.
Yeah, he basically made a bunch of money in Star Wars and went, well, dang, I'm moving to Malibu where all the actors live. And he's had other I think he had a fire before where his house caught fire. It wasn't like everything, but I think he lost his house in a fire, and he lost a lot of stuff before. And when he left this time, he didn't even say anything about it. He's just like, our thoughts are with everybody. I hope it all works out. And then he left, and it was several days until he came back and he said, thank goodness our house is still standing. We didn't want to say anything. We didn't want to do anything. Tom Hanks's house survived, but the house next to his, which was even bigger and more expensive, burned to the ground.
So there is a map that you can look at that allows you to drill down and look at each home, and there are little color codes on the homes on this map that will show you what percentage of the home is gone, so that one color means black means that the home completely survived, and then there's another color that is 15% damage, 50% damage, and then 75% damage, total loss,
completely survived.
And it is so bizarre how there'll be 7 blocks where every single home is lost, and then there'll be another couple of blocks where 3 of the houses burned down and 2 of them don't have any damage at all. It's and by not any damage at all, I will have to say that just means that they didn't have burn damage. Having been evacuated from brush fires twice, there's a lot of damage that happens even if your house never burns down. Like your electricity goes out. We have some friends who their gas went out, and they don't think that they're going to have gas for weeks because of everything that's going on. And you lose all the food in your freezer, and you try to clean the ash off of stuff, but it's really hard to clean the ash off of stuff, and it gets everywhere in your house.
Let me jump in real quick. At the top of the hour, you were listening to sci-fi.radio, sci-fi for your Wi-Fi. You're over on that site, or if you're listening on Alexa or other listening devices, we're grateful when you do that. You could be watching us on Facebook or on YouTube or on Twitch. We are broadcasting on all of those services. The show is called Docking Bay 94. I am Obi-Shawn Crosby.
I'm Colleen Kaylee Crosby.
Kit is doing all of our links and does our show's control document with all our topics and stuff. Thank you, Kit. And we're starting our second hour here as we plug away. Jeff Solo Donoho would normally be with us. He is slaving away over a hot Disneyland. I don't know if he's working Autopia tonight or what he's doing. Usually when he works in the evening, he has a tendency to do crowd control for fireworks and parades. So that might be what he's doing, but he will fill us in next week on what he's got going on. But had to sit this one out, unfortunately.
He doesn't have a lot of seniority.
Not yet.
So,
we'll get back to that,
yeah.
Eventually. So it's just the two of us, which is really funny because we're sitting here in the same room and we're like, hi.
Yeah.
It's like we're playing Battleship with you guys.
Yeah. Speaking of Disneyland.
Sorry, Kit said she can't hear me because I'm having an asthma attack from all the smoke and being sick and all this kind of stuff, and so I've been coughing and I put my mute on. Sorry about that.
Speaking of Disneyland. Magic Keys are going on sale again next Wednesday, which is the 22nd, I believe.
It is the 22nd, yeah.
So if you've been holding out, waiting to buy your Magic Key, now's the time. Well,
and
next Wednesday is the time.
I know a lot of people who are not renewing their Magic Key, so there should be a fair amount available because people are mad at Disney. The raising prices and cutting back experiences and things like that. They're very ticked off.
I am not mad at Disney, and I don't know. I guess I'm just resigned to the prices being what they are because it's so popular to go to Disney now.
You just didn't think that you were getting your money's worth out of the annual pass. Felt tickets might be better.
It wasn't that I didn't feel like I was getting my money's worth. It was that the pressure that I put on myself to go to Disneyland to make sure that I was getting my money's worth was making it not fun. I'd rather go fewer times and have a more peak experience than go a lot and not have fun.
Now that the prices have gone up and they're changing things around and the reservation systems makes things complicated and there are so many people there. There's like a guilt factor that I didn't used to have with Disneyland where it's like I'm going to Disneyland. I'm going to walk around 5, 8, 10 miles, get some exercise, see some people. I use Disneyland as a way to sort of detox there and try to get rid of stress and all that kind of stuff. And it's like a mental health destination. And I used to not feel guilty about that, and now I kind of do. Where it's it seems like it's so much privilege to be able to do that and to go, and people are like, I can't do this anymore because I now can't justify it, can't afford it, can't do whatever. And so now it's actually like a guilt / anxiety inducing thing, because I'm like,
that's too
man,
bad.
it kind of sucks. And then of course, they're, like Colleen was mentioning, there's that drive to go, because you're like, I must get my money's worth to do it. And in reality, like the cost of the pass and the parking and stuff, if you figure it out, like if you go, I don't know, 8 times or 10 times or something, you're...
Disney actually has that written down for you.
Do they
now.
really?
Yeah, they say the pass can pay for itself in this many visits, and they talk about how many visits it takes to pay for itself.
Okay.
And of course, what they're doing is they're taking the highest ticket price
Yes.
and dividing it by... So for the Inspire key, the highest level key, you would have to go 11 times,
Okay.
which is fewer than once a month.
Yes.
So...
And so in my case, like, and not this year because I've had illness, we've had all sorts of stuff going on, and last year was impacted a little bit too. We left for a month and we did a bunch of other stuff, but there have been times where I've done 52, 54 visits in a year, and even if you just like want to go to downtown Disney and you use the free parking.
Although it's interesting because it says here that standard theme park parking excludes blockout dates. But they accepted when we went, when you were blocked out during Christmas, they let us in.
Yeah, and so here's the thing. And sometimes I will say that sometimes I feel like I get a little bit preferential treatment because I show up in the Star Wars car. Disney does a thing they call magic moments where somebody will do something nice for you. I went up to say thank you to somebody at a counter, and they gave me a free drink. Just because I went to go be nice to someone else, they were nice back to me, that kind of thing. And there have been times where I have pulled into the parking lot and just had him scan my thing, and the guy went, here. And he gave me preferred parking and sent me over to the preferred parking lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
If you look at my glove box, there's like 5 of those. Wow. Because every once in a while, they'll do something like that.
Never when I'm in the car.
And so and I don't know why. Be nicer, I guess.
I guess. Nice enough.
I will push my parking privilege as far as I can, in the sense of, if I'm just going to downtown Disney and I don't have a reservation, I will use it. If I'm going to the convention center to go to a convention, I will park in the Disney lot and walk over.
Hope they're not listening.
Right. But for the most part, I think they cut me a little slack for being in the Star Wars car, or conversely, they just don't care.
Right.
Which is a possibility too. Yes. Hey, Michael Farnham just popped in. Michael Farnham runs the Galaxy's Edge Facebook page.
Oh, hello, Michael Farnham.
Right on.
Just as
he missed all the Galaxy's Edge talk.
Yeah, and now he has missed the Magic Key talk too.
That's okay.
But now we're going to talk about Florida, and there are new otter pups at the Animal Kingdom.
I like otter pops. I like the blue ones.
Or baby otters.
Oh, well, those are different.
Yeah, and they're almost at the adorable stage.
Almost.
I think
they're still a little weird looking.
they're still a little wet looking.
Is there a picture?
If you click on the link, yeah.
Let me go find a picture here.
They are.
Well, they're fuzzy.
They're fuzzy and they're cute,
Fuzzy's
but
cute.
I think they need another couple weeks to be absolutely adorable.
Okay.
We will probably see absolutely adorable pictures of them soon.
All right. I mean, right now, they're just little fuzzy guys. They don't even really have faces. It's like their eyes aren't open yet.
Right.
And they're in cardboard.
This was not in our document, but somebody, an entitled mom accused a 32-year-old man of being creepy at Disneyland because he didn't have anybody with him.
He was a childless adult at Disneyland.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a thing. That's people get upset at that. Very upset
Said,
at that.
I was in line for Space Mountain when this mom behind me started loudly asking her husband why some grown man would come to Disney alone and how it was creepy. And basically everybody, I think he was in Disney World.
Did you
not
see his
Disneyland.
response, though? He went because his wife and daughter got COVID and couldn't go with him.
Yeah, they all had tickets.
Right. So he went.
Because the tickets were non-refundable.
Yes. And he went by himself at the suggestion of his family to go do it anyway so that they lost as little money as possible. And I think that's perfectly acceptable. As hard as it would be. I mean, honestly, if I did that and I went by myself, I would be like live streaming my whole visit. I'm like, oh, I'm Space Mountain now. But
although honestly, if everybody in my household had tested positive for COVID, I wouldn't be going.
I would make
to
sure that I was
Disneyland.
not. I was not.
I suppose if he
contagious.
tested,
Yeah,
as well.
I'm going
so
to
he probably
assume
did
that he made sure he was not. If
Yeah.
if they were self-conscious enough to stay home with COVID,
then he probably did.
then I
test.
will assume that
Yeah.
he was fine.
Yeah.
But his comment, of course, shut him down pretty fast. But that's mean. It's like, look, I don't have kids. We don't have kids. We go to Disney. We love going to Disney, and we don't have to have kids to be there.
I don't understand why people, not all people clearly, but some people with children think that Disney is an experience that is only for them.
Right.
I just don't get it. I mean, I suppose it's because as adults they don't like Disneyland themselves.
Well, so we are fortunate enough that we know a lot about Disney history. And we understand Walt's impetus to create Disneyland, which was, let's have a place that adults can have as much fun as the kids are. Mm-hmm. And that's fine. But Walt had nothing against adults just going. Now,
Right.
if you're going to Legoland, and there's a rule against this. If you go to Legoland as a childless adult and you're just hanging out at Legoland, they will call you into question. They reserve the right to not allow you in because Legoland is very much aimed at small children. And
But we have friends who go as
we do,
as
but they
single
go
people.
well, they mostly go as a group, I think,
Yeah.
down there.
But I
And-
mean, they just like Legos.
right, they do, and things like that. But if you're being creepy as a single adult,
I
down
don't
at
think that
Legoland,
just being in a place.
they won't let you in.
I don't think that just being in a place should qualify you for being creepy. Just like, I am a single person and I'm just here enjoying being here, and they're going to say you're creepy just because you're a single person.
No, I mean you have to act creepy. You have to
Right.
have done something.
Yeah.
If you're leering over some kid as they come out of the bathroom, they should take you away and talk to you and see what's up with you.
Yes. Agreed.
But if you're just there having a nice day by yourself, which I do all the time, I've never been, taken to Disney jail and interrogated. But, I'm not being creepy with people. I'm talking to cast members and getting some exercise.
I don't think this guy was being creepy with
No,
people
he
either.
wasn't.
He
This-
was just standing in line, and this woman.
And another guest
yeah.
gave him the riot act.
Yeah.
And that wasn't cool. That wasn't cool at all. And it goes back to the thing of like, don't be mean to people. Excuse me. Don't be mean to people because you don't know what their situation is.
Right.
You put your aspersions on them, and that's not cool because they're dealing with their own stuff. This guy, as much as I'm sure he was trying to have a really good weekend without his family, now had to deal with that Yahoo.
Right. All right, moving on. Sean, you want to go ahead and take the rest in peace section?
I will. Hang on a second. Sorry, I'm still kind of suffering an asthma attack here. So breathing and talking is a little hard. We used to have a joke back when I was a kid about orange juice pitch woman and anti-gay campaigner Anita Bryant, which was Anita Bryant like Anita Hole in the Head. She was having a perfectly fine career, She was a model and a pageant winner. She was Miss Oklahoma at 18. She was on American Bandstand and did other variety shows. She charted with a whole bunch of hits. Her career was wide open. She did USO stuff with Bob Hope. And she sang at the White House for Lyndon B. Johnson. When he passed away also, she did that. And then she sang at the Super Bowl. And she did the Orange Bowl parade for a while. She became the Orange Juice Citrus Commission spokesperson. And if you remember the animated Orange Bird character, she sang the little jingle for the Orange Bird thing. And then she got weird. She was she opposed a anti-discrimination thing and started this coalition called Save Our Children and went, we hate gay people. And that was it. It just her whole career tanked. She became the butt of jokes. Johnny Carson took her apart. Saturday Night Live, Carol Burnett, Golden Girls, Designing Women, Tales of the City. All of these shows just spiked her, and that was it. And she tried to start a ministries, religious ministries thing. She just basically she did a Gina Carano back in the day, and there was no internet to cancel her, but boy, everybody did, and it was crazy. So someone who was very promising she thought that this was going to endear her to a lot of people and help her career among people that she identified with, and it completely backfired. Absolutely crazy situation, and a thing that we still see today, but never to this extent. Anyway, she's passed away at the age of 84, and it was interesting to see my Facebook page filled with Anita Bryant like Anita Hole in the Head. And I'm like, wow, that's a callback. Leslie Charlson, who played Monica Quartermain in General Hospital, has died at the age of 79. She was there for 50 years on General Hospital. That is an insane career. Joined the soap opera in 1977, and but she's had health problems of late, which kept her in and out of stuff. But she did the Rockford Files, Wild Wild West, Mannix, Ironside, Happy Days, Marcus Welby, Streets of San Francisco, all sorts of great shows in the 70s, and even Dharma and Greg and Diagnosis Murder and stuff like that. Phyllis Dalton has passed away at the age of 99. Very respectable. She was a costume designer who did costumes for Dr. Zhivago, and I know Laura's over there on the chat. Every time we talk about Dr. Zhivago, Laura's like, "It's me." She worked on Oliver, The Princess Bride, and 3 Kenneth Branagh films. The comment here about her particular skill set says she knew the importance of having mud in the right place on the costumes. She did the Scarlet Pimpernel. She did a whole bunch of post-World War I and World War II stuff. And she helped out Edith Head on The Man Who Knew Too Much. But, if you love The Princess Bride, as we do, then you know and you love her costumes. And that's pretty great. Bob Uecker passed away. He was colloquially known as Mr. Baseball, super bombastic guy who wasn't the best of baseball players, but he was really good at commentary. Unlike me, he can just wander on and on and on without getting lost. And but he was a backup catcher. Wasn't a particularly good hitter, but he became the radio voice of the Brewers for 5 decades. Did a lot of TV commentary. He was battling cancer when he passed away at the age of 90, and he was a big personality, but he was also self-deprecating at the same time. And a lot of people really loved him for that because he was funny, he was knowledgeable, and he was an everyman kind of guy. He wasn't super pretty. You didn't think that he was there for his looks. He just knew baseball and loved talking about it. David Lynch passed away today. They announced his passing at the age of 78. I've been drinking some very fine coffee over here. Colleen got us a couple of donuts for the man who gave us Twin Peaks, along with Mark Frost, Eraserhead, Blue Velvet, Mulholland Drive. David Lynch had a whole string of just utterly bizarre movies that played with cinema in a way that other people did. One of his sayings was, keep your eye on the donut and not the hole. Don't focus on what isn't there, focus on what is there. And, keep yourself plugged into everything. He always had some, really odd views of everything. And there was a news clipping that's been making the rounds that's really kind of funny. It says this: David Lynch is recalling a day in 1981 when he rescued, in quotes, 5 Woody Woodpecker toys that he saw hanging up as he drove past a gas station. I screech on the brakes, I do a U-turn, I go back, and I buy them, and I save their lives, he says very seriously. I named them Chucko, Buster, Pete, Bob, and Dan, and they were my boys, and they were in my office. They were my dear friends for a while, but certain straits started coming out, and they became not so nice. And looking straight ahead, he says with a grim finality, they are not in my life anymore. If that's how David Lynch feels about stuffed animals, you gotta wonder how he felt about people. But anyway, I love Twin Peaks. Colleen and I watched it pretty religiously till the show ended, and it's definitely had an impact on us. And his cinema's really weird, but still like a train wreck. You can't turn away. You're gonna watch it. So very sad to hear that he has passed away and taken his weirdness with him.
He will be missed.
Totally.
Yeah. Let's see.
Douglas Bashaw has rolled over on us to watch Star Trek II instead. Dude, that movie's old.
So are we.
Yeah, well, we were in high school when it came out. So
Star Trek 2? We were. Oh, yeah, we were.
Yeah, Star Trek 2.
Yeah. I was in Hawaii
Oh, yeah?
when I saw it. Yeah.
I was in high
15.
school. I went on a date to see that. I was with Kathy, I guess. And we hadn't, our first date was the prom. It was her junior prom. And so we didn't really have a date. And so eventually we went on a whole bunch of movies as dates to see if we really wanted to go out or anything. And that was one of them. And it's okay, Star Trek. We can agree on Star Trek. Let's go do that. And then it turned out to be a good Star Trek movie. So, we didn't feel bad. We're oh, what did we go see that for?
We were having a family vacation in Hawaii, and I don't know, I guess my mom got to choose what we were doing, or I'm not really sure, but we
Oh.
went to go see Star Trek. Maybe my brother.
Eric
I can't
Gertz.
imagine my dad would have chosen it.
It doesn't sound like your dad.
No.
Eric Gertz posted a thing. He said he was with Chris and Karen when Chris proposed to Karen in line.
Aw, that's sweet.
When I was at Disneyland this week, I was with my friend Judy, and we ran into Eric's wife Liz, who was with Chris and Karen. And I had seen Chris, and I waved at Chris, and he went, "Hi," and just kept walking. He didn't recognize me. And so we ran into them later, and we went to dinner with them where we were celebrating a much belated Liz's birthday. And it was actually really nice. So Chris and Karen were there, and it was neat to get to talk to them. And we had a very nice impromptu kind of dinner because Judy and I hadn't planned to do that. We piggybacked, I guess, onto their reservation, and they put us next to a fireplace. And so we sat on couches with like a coffee table where our food was, with a fireplace next to us, in the was it the Craftsman Lounge?
Mm-hmm.
It was nice. It was really nice, and we just sat around and we BS'd and we talked and didn't do anything important.
Craftsman Grill.
Craftsman Grill, yeah. So it was really nice.
I'm menu creeping.
Very much enjoyed it. So it was
or
great.
the Craftsman Bar. There's a Craftsman Bar and a Craftsman Grill. So
There's also something with an H that like overlaps that too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's Hey, we were discussing this sort of apropos of nothing, but as things heat up politically here in the United States, there's been a lot of joking about Canada annexing California and making us another province. And, we were discussing how easy it would be to change to Disney's Canadian Adventure and just make that whole theme park about Canada, eh? I think that'd be really fun.
That's funny. Okay. Craftsman Bar, Craftsman Grill, and Hearthstone
The
Lounge.
Hearthstone Lounge. That was the name.
That was where you ate?
Yeah, that's where we ate.
Okay.
So yeah, and it's weird. So the bar and the lounge thing also kind of spills out into the lobby, and you can sit in lobby chairs, and they will serve you.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, but the dividing lines of where these places are very vague.
So normally they have on their menu, it'll say breakfast or lunch, and this one says lounge instead of breakfast or lunch.
Right.
And instead of saying main meal or whatever, it has provisions.
Oh, funny.
Yeah.
Well, there were I
want to eat here.
There were 12 pages of booze, and then 1 page of sort of food you could get, and then another 4 pages of whiskey in the book. And so
I bet John Bryson likes this place.
Probably. Judy and I, we split a pepperoni pizza and a 9-inch pizza. We weren't super hungry, so we just split that. Liz had some very good-looking and good-smelling French onion soup.
That's what I was going to say that I would get if I'm like,
and
the French onion soup.
I told her that. I leaned over and I said, "Hey, Colleen would love that." And she said, "I have a good recipe for French onion soup."
She does?
And I said she should share it with you.
Yeah.
So
I got to get that.
Poke her about that.
Right.
Yeah, because you love French onion soup.
I do. They also have short rib lasagna.
Oh.
That seems wild to me.
That's weird.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know how we got on that.
Oh, because
Chris and Karen, Star Trek.
Yeah.
Right. But how did we get on Star Trek?
Oh, we got on Star Trek because Douglas is watching it.
Right.
He's not exactly paying attention to us.
Right.
He's watching that.
Wow. The Oscar nominations have been postponed again.
Because of fire.
Because of the wildfires.
Right.
But both times they were postponed because of the wildfires. They thought they would be able to move them to this. They had originally been set for this Friday. Then they moved to January 19th, and now they've been moved to January 23rd.
And I think that's fair. I mean,
Yeah.
it's hard to do something celebratory, especially for Hollywood, which not only was there a fire in Hollywood, the Sunset
Right.
Fire, but then there was also the Palisades Fire, which impacted a lot of actors.
Yeah.
And so, of course, you don't want to do anything super celebratory for that. And there has been a really interesting picture, and I wish that they had weighed in on this. There's been a really interesting picture that seems to have been posted by the grandson of Robert Redford, who goes by Bob Redford on Facebook, that was of an Oscar in the ashes of a house. And
oh, yeah, I saw that.
I did everything in my power to run it through all of the AI checkers, and it came back as authentic. So it wasn't photoshopped. It wasn't AI. They couldn't find anything that was a tell. It came back as 1% AI, which is like the lowest you can get. And so I have to assume that it's a real picture. And in fact, I even went and found the high resolution original that got posted and did it. So it was really interesting to see that the statue had largely survived. The base had melted quite a bit, but the statue itself was kind of okay. And I kind of wish that they had
Given more information.
yeah, that the Academy had weighed in, because the Academy takes
Kit's saying that she believes it's fake.
Yeah, and I tried. I looked everywhere. I did all the fact checking stuff, and I can't find anything that says it's fake. It looks like it because we're so used to AI and stuff like that, but everything that I have checked it with shows it to be real. But the Academy takes care of its
Entertainment
Oscars.
Weekly says it's fake.
Well, and if you want to get rid of your Oscar, you are duty bound without permission from the Academy. If you can get permission to sell your Oscar in very special cases, depending on what you're selling it for. Like if you're going to sell it to the Smithsonian or something like that, or the Academy Museum or something like that. But you are sort of, as an Oscar winner, you are duty bound to sell it back to the Academy for $1 without other special arrangement. And if you lose your Oscar in a fire or something like this, the Academy will apparently replace it for you. So it'll be interesting to say. But yeah, I mean, to address Kit, my first reaction was that it was AI. And I grabbed the picture and I ran it through every AI scanner I could get my hands on, because how could that possibly be real? But apparently it checks out okay, so I don't know.
Well, I don't know. According to Entertainment Weekly, it is not real.
Well, we'll
And
have to see.
I mean, after seeing how the houses are completely gone and everything in them is completely gone, I don't believe that an Oscar would survive.
And I don't know, because, well, it's not solid gold, certainly, so it's
But like in this picture, I'm looking at the picture of it, and the base, which is something not whatever the metal is,
right.
it also survived. And
It's very
it's-
warped and melted.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the most damage is on the base. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting image nonetheless, and it kind of sums up the whole Palisades fire, really. But and I started from this is AI.
although maybe they're just saying that not that the picture is fake, but that it's not Robert Redford's.
Well, and that was my thing too. Is I actually didn't think it was Robert Redford's, because that would seem like a really weird thing to post.
Yeah.
So the composition of the statues changed from 2016 to the present, and so the interior is something called Britannium. It's tin, antimony, and copper, and then they would electroplate it and put 24 karat
Well,
gold.
that wouldn't survive
over
these
it.
fires.
They were made from plaster for 3 years during World War II. and then they replaced them with gold. And now they're made out of bronze.
And the Academy has said that any Oscar winner whose statuette was destroyed in the fires can contact us, and we will be absolutely happy to replace it.
Right. Exactly. So.
What's interesting about the pushing of the Oscars is that the traditional luncheon for nominees, which had been scheduled for February 10th, will no longer take place at all. Which is really sad because, you know, I'm sure if you're nominated for an Oscar, that's the thing, you know. I don't know. I would want to have all the things. I would be sad if I didn't get the things because there was a tragedy. Maybe I'm just not a good person.
Yeah. There's the Film Academy is unsure about that image as well. Yahoo has a big article about it and trying to figure out, you know, whether it's real or not. Nobody can tell.
Yeah.
So, and while we're talking about Oscars and such, I read kind of a nice little thing today that I thought was kind of sweet. Bruce Willis is, of course, suffering from dementia right now. It's called frontotemporal dementia, or FTD, and it has left him largely with an inability to speak and things like that. And the fast joking Bruce Willis that we all know has kind of been slowed down quite a bit. But he went out with his wife and went to go greet the LAPD officers who were helping in the area and responding to the wildfires and stuff. And it was just really nice to see him out doing something. It was really cool. It's just like a video and some still pictures, because he's not particularly articulate these days, but he's still mobile. And it was something he really wanted to do. And his wife was really excited to take him out. And, so it's just kind of a nice giving them a thank you for your service kind of thing. So that was just kind of sweet. And it's I'll show you some pictures here real quick. It's interesting to see because, you don't see dementia in a picture. It's just Bruce Willis, and he just looks like Bruce Willis. And it's really something interesting. So, but anyway, there's a little video of it there up on their Instagram, and it was just nice to see Bruce Willis out doing anything. Colleen and I have been watching Moonlighting lately, and it's really interesting to see the sort of pre-Die Hard Bruce Willis that's like all snark all the time, and to know that he's not that anymore is really sad.
Okay. Sorry, I was looking at his wife posted an anniversary picture of them last month, and she talked about how anniversary pictures used to make her so happy, and now she has to admit that she has to leave time for grief.
Right. She says she only allows herself a little bit of that, though. She like
30 minutes.
Yeah, half an hour. Or she's like, "Why me? Why us?" Excuse me. And then kind of rolls with it after that. But it's hard, and I like that she is using their position to bring awareness to this, because it's really easy to just like she could just like keep Bruce at home and not talk about it and whatever, but to sit there and go, hey, look, dementia is terrible, and here's how you deal with it, and everybody deals with it, and let's kind of normalize it. I think that's it, because so many people have to deal with it within their family, and like people don't want to admit it, people don't want to acknowledge how hard it is. And if it's happening to somebody like Bruce Willis, it just goes to show you it can happen to anybody.
The Walt Disney Company has committed $15 million to Los Angeles area fire relief and rebuilding efforts. And in addition to that, they opened up their costume warehouse, I think. I don't want to say costume warehouse. They opened up the leftover clothing
Right.
to fire
victims.
Yeah, fire victims. And a person that I know actually went to the sale and was given, not sale, but the giveaway.
Right.
And was given a pair of Minnie Mouse tennis shoes and like a t-shirt.
Well, the reality about Disney is, first off, they have a lot of merchandise that ends up being overstock because they set a shelf life on something and go, these are not the graphics we are promoting anymore. This is not the thing that we're doing. That, we're not focusing on Minnie anymore. We're focusing on Winnie the Pooh. They make these changes for their marketing plans.
Jeff is listening.
Oh, great. Hi, Jeff. And so that stuff jumps in, and when you mostly they'll sell it at Company D, or they'll find some way to otherwise dispose of it. So being able to take that merchandise and then just hand it out is pretty great. And then if you think about the production that they do at the Walt Disney Company, a lot of the stuff that they do just uses normal clothes. Mm-hmm. And, when those clothes are done being used in wardrobe, they'll go to a place like It's a Wrap, or they'll sell them on consignment to a shop that will then resell them. And because it's not like these are, sort of earth-shattering kind of costumes that were amazing and whatever. They're just normal clothes. And so being able to take those and hand them out too is pretty great.
Other companies that are donating to the fire cause are Paramount, Walmart, Kroger, and the NFL and Major League Baseball Fanatics.
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
How is it spelled?
Like fanatic.
Like fanatic. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that might be a company that makes
it's a
garments.
company that makes LA Strong merchandise.
Right. So
along with, there are huge lists of restaurants that are giving out food to first responders and to victims, and there's just a lot of people are being really great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And it's really tough for Hollywood, and it's not the de facto seat of entertainment that it used to be, because a lot of stuff has gone to Georgia, some in Florida, a lot of stuff in Vancouver. Hollywood's had a lot of runaway production, but Hollywood is Hollywood. It's a tradition, and a lot of stuff still comes out of here, and you don't want to do things that are happy, per se, when you're dealing with all of this tragedy with the fire, because losing all of your possessions in a fire and having to go back to ash is just, there's nothing fun about that, and it's heartbreaking, and it's only stuff, but it's also nostalgia. It's emotional stuff. It's like, your baby book of pictures when you were a child, and the drawings your kids did when they were 3, and all of that kind of stuff that we like to hang on to our stuff, and so losing that, of course, is really, really hard. And so Hollywood doesn't want to go gangbusters into all the stuff they're doing. Over Christmas, Colleen and I watched Hawkeye, which of course featured Vincent D'Onofrio as Kingpin, and he's coming back for Daredevil Born Again. And they've been talking about this for a while. They've been announcing it. They were supposed to have a trailer. And because of the fires in LA, they have decided that they're just going to put off releasing this trailer, because there's just, people aren't all that excited to see this stuff in the wake of tragedy. So I think that that's perfectly acceptable for them to do. The show itself has Charlie Cox coming back as Daredevil. And as he ages, what's really funny to me, there's a picture that I was looking at where he looks a lot like Ben Affleck, who played Daredevil. Like the older he gets, the more he looks like the Ben Affleck incarnation. But anyway, the previous Daredevil series was very much well received. A lot of people are really looking forward to this and having it over on Disney Plus, especially as Disney Plus has merged with Fox, and they're a little less goody two shoes than when they first started, and so people have their hopes up for kind of a proper superhero adventure for our Hell's Kitchen vigilante. So it should be pretty good. It's supposed to debut on March 4th, so whether or not this trailer gets an early release or not, series is coming. So, nothing you have to worry about. You just don't get a sneak peek as soon as you want. And I think that is not a cause for concern.
The producer of the new Spider-Man Disney Plus series tells us why Ned, MJ, and Stark won't be appearing in
this
the new
is the
series.
Animated series, right? Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man?
Yeah, and the still photo of the animation looks awful.
It looks like the typical, we did this in 3D and then 2D cell shaded it. But I mean, it looks better than some of the Warner Brothers stuff, but it's not typical Disney. It'll probably be okay in actual animation versus just still frames. But they are doing some weird things, like there's a character in the picture here with his back to us, and that I believe is Harry, the Green Goblin's kid.
Well,
Harry Osborn.
Norman Osborn is taking the place of Tony Stark, that as a mentor
Really?
of Spider-Man.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Because, of course, he was the Green Goblin. And one of the things that I always thought was really interesting, I always thought that Norman Osborn was black, because he always had this kind of like wavy, corn-rosy, afro-y, like tight afro hairstyle. I always thought he was black. And apparently he's white. But now he's black. Now they're like, oh, well, he's black now. I'm like, I always thought he was black. I'm like, huh.
That's interesting.
Because I actually thought it was really interesting in the Spider-Man movie where they cast, who was it, Willem Dafoe as Norman Osborn, and he was white. And I'm like, huh. So, anyway, a lot of people are getting bent out of shape that he's black now. And I'm like, was he not always black? Whoops.
So they're doing a big shift. They're changing things up. They're starting at a point in the MCU where the Civil War has happened. Mm-hmm. So the Sokovia Accords have been ratified.
Okay.
And Peter it's a world where he never met Ned and he never met MJ. I mean, honestly, with the multiverse, you can have a million different Spider-Man origin stories, because there are.
Peter Parker is, it's not Miles Morales, whom we've seen in other animated things, and he's very much Peter Parker. And I think it's, it's we're so multiverse oriented right now that it's not a problem. The biggest difficulty is expecting people to keep it straight.
Right.
That's the hardest thing. So, but in this alternate universe, it gives them a lot of leeway to bring in all sorts of villains that we haven't seen yet, and other characters. And we don't have to have Ned. We don't have to have MJ. They can always introduce an MJ later on and do whatever. But just keeping him a high school student, letting us see the trouble that he's having there is perfectly fine.
Do you have another subject you want to cover?
Oh, let me see. Did they have a release date for that?
I didn't see.
Oh, here it is. January 29th of this month. So That's fine. Yeah, so it has become an unspoken thing that if you are looking for work or don't have an office or whatever, that you can simply go to Starbucks and unfold your laptop, plunk yourself down, and work out of Starbucks using their Wi-Fi. Typically, and considerately, you should buy something. You should get buy breakfast, have a sandwich, have a coffee, do whatever. Actually support the Starbucks from which you are mooching off of. Well, Starbucks feels like too many people are mooching. And so starting this, or announced this Monday, they're going to implement this thing called Back to Starbucks, which they say is going to make their cafes more welcoming, in quotes, but only if you are a paying customer.
And you also have to follow their code of conduct.
Right. They have a code of conduct, which is perfectly fine. I mean, everybody should have a code of conduct. And most places do, even if it's just no shirt, no shoes, no service.
Well, theirs is no alcohol, no smoking, no vaping, no harassment, panhandling, or discrimination. All things that I approve.
I think that's fair. And of course, Starbucks had a problem before where there was some discrimination going on from one of their employees. They shut down the entire chain for a day, and they did HR discrimination panels for everybody because they're like, no, we're not doing that. And so they actually shut down all the restaurants and made everybody come in and do this anti-discrimination stuff. So the code of conduct is fine, and I assume what they're going to do now is they're also a little miffed that people just come in and use the bathroom and don't buy anything.
I think people were complaining about the wait to use the bathroom because so many people were using it that didn't buy anything.
Right. Well, and there's frequently a problem, and I see this at Disneyland and stuff very often, or downtown Disney, where I always feel like they're taking advantage a little bit because, like I got a coffee the other night before coming home, and Judy got a hot chocolate, and the person in front of us ordered 6 waters.
Wow.
And they don't charge you for water. They just give you a little plastic cup with a lid with a straw with water in it. They have to put those together. And it's, and it costs them for the cups and the whatever. And but it didn't cost anything for the guest who came in. It's not like they charge you for water.
It is. Jeff made a good point, though, that it's hard because Starbucks were considered a third place where you didn't have to pay, much like libraries are a third place.
A third place? What does that
third
mean?
place means not your home or your place of work/school, but a third place that you can go and just exist without having to pay for things.
Yeah, but if you get too many people mooching, like too many people on their wireless is going to slow that down. Too many people in the bathroom are going to destroy the bathroom, require more service on the bathroom, and keep paying customers from going in there. And if you've been pounding coffee all day at Starbucks, you need that bathroom.
Okay, go ahead.
So as I can figure out what I think they're going to do is you're going to buy something, you're going to get a receipt, and the receipt's going to have the Wi-Fi password and the bathroom code on the receipt, which of course basically means anybody can dig through the trash, pick up a receipt, and use those things. Our Starbucks has an outdoor patio, and I could easily see someone just moving outdoors and sitting there and using their Wi-Fi and doing whatever. But,
well, I mean, there are people that live in an RV next to that Starbucks.
Yeah.
So.
And I feel that they're within their purview to do that. They introduced a policy in 2018 when 2 guys got arrested at a Philadelphia location because the manager called the police when they had a business meeting in Starbucks, but nobody bought anything. And that's kind of pushing it a little too far. You can ask them to leave. Why arrest them?
Yeah.
You know, and honestly, having a business meeting, having a job interview, that happens everywhere. Or if you buy something off of Craigslist, which I'm not entirely sure is a thing anymore, or Facebook Marketplace, or the buy.
Craigslist is not a thing anymore?
A lot of people don't go there. It's gotten very messy. But most people have replaced it with Facebook Marketplace. Or if you are doing the Buy Nothing group in your neighborhood or something, a lot of times I will go meet somebody at a public place like Starbucks. Or we live near LAX, and if people come into LAX and they want to meet somewhere and talk for a couple of minutes before they go into into LAX and get on a plane, I'll go meet them at a local Starbucks. But I'll usually get a coffee or something, you know, so whatever. But
apparently everyone in your party has to purchase something.
Really?
Well, I mean, I go to Starbucks with Sean all the time, and I don't get anything.
And she doesn't get anything.
Because I don't like any of the
We also don't hang out at
choices.
Starbucks. We might sit outside.
We
And when we do sit outside, you buy breakfast.
I do. I buy breakfast, but I bring my own tea in because I don't like their tea and I don't want sugared beverages.
Yeah. But you know, none of these companies, you know, are spotless. I know that Starbucks has problems. We're talking a lot lately about Joann's Fabrics, which is calling it quits, I think.
It's another bankruptcy.
Yeah, they're closing a bunch of stores and things like that. And I've known a lot of people who've worked for Joann's and say it's the worst company to work for, up to and including my mom. My mom used to work for them for years, and they treated her terribly. And I've got Facebook friends who've worked for them, and they've been treated terribly. And so, you know, it's hard to have sympathy for that kind of thing. But I feel like Starbucks is well within their boundaries to, you know, require people to buy something. You know, we don't go to McDonald's and just sit in McDonald's and hang out the way people do the Starbucks.
No.
You know, and if you go to McDonald's, you buy a Coke or you buy fries or you do whatever. But, you know, I don't see people conducting business from my local McDonald's, and it's right next to the airport. I see lots of people
That is
killing
true.
time there, but they don't treat it the way Starbucks is. The fact that it's become like one of these, you know, sort of mobile office things, which we have in the neighborhood too. Like we have a place called Spaces, where you're supposed to like rent office space, and that's your business space and that kind of thing.
So according to USA Today, there are only 8 locations of Joann's closing right away.
Bye, Jeff.
Bye,
Jeff's
Jeff.
going back to work.
So I don't know if they're actually going away or if they're just closing some of their stores, because they currently have 815 stores.
Uh-huh.
And they've announced the closing of 8 stores.
Oh, okay.
So, and that's none of them are in California. So,
Well,
you know, that list might grow though.
yeah, we'll have to see.
They're closing stores in Maryland, Massachusetts, New York, North Carolina, Iowa, and Pennsylvania.
I mean, they're not doing what Party City did, which is just shut all the doors and kick out their employees.
Hey, we should wrap this thing up.
Probably. It's about time, I think.
Yep.
Thanks for spending 2 hours with us. We're very grateful for doing that. Once again, thank you to Kit for running all of our links and stuff over on our chat, which hopefully you've been able to get all of those. And if you are listening to the show for any length of time, you know she puts our weekly document together and herds all of the cats, which are all of our links that we throw into Facebook all the time. And also the social media page. If you're following Docking-Bay94 on Facebook, she posts all the funnies and the memes and the stuff and the news up there. So it's that has become her domain. So thank her for that. We are grateful for you to tuning in for however long you've been able to listen to us tonight. You can listen to sci-fi.radio 24/7. We've always got cool things going on. I'm their morning guy from 9 to 11 Pacific time. So you can tune in at 9 on the West Coast. You can tune in at noon on the East Coast, or wherever you happen to be in the world. Go ahead and check out the schedule at sci-fi.radio, which will show your particular time zone and when all of these shows are. We have a lot of live DJs. We have David, who goes by Madman, who does like a Dr. Demento kind of thing, which is always a lot of fun. And we're always excited to see where you guys tune in from all around the world. We've got Nanjing, China right now. We have Brisbane, Australia, Falkenstein in Germany, Warsaw in Poland, North Holland in the Netherlands, whole bunch of people in the U.S., whole bunch of people in Canada. You guys are the reason we do this show, and the fact that you want to sit and listen to us kibitz about nerd stuff warms my heart.
The cockles of your heart?
Do I have cockles? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm Colleen Kaylee Crosby.
I am Obi-Shawn Crosby on behalf of Jeff Solo Donoho, who couldn't join us tonight because he's working at Disneyland. May the Force be with you. And we will see all y'all later on. Let me get some credits over here for our people on video, by video people.